Do you want to enter the forgotten?
Hey, are there any asters on the... Asters, you know. Never mind. I can tell. Asters are a type of plant that release a unique... The experts say that to certain creatures, the scent these plants release is like a big pot of caramelized honey. Most small... the bad side is that aster leaves actually contain an extremely strong neurotoxin. What a terrible plant.
Ron May. A name that's both new and familiar.
Welcome to Herta Space Station. I thought Member 4, Poka Kakamon, had gotten rid of most of the Society members. I didn't have a lot of hope for this. Oh, look who's here.
You're back!
Of course! This is a summit between three geniuses.
It's a special time. All departments are preparing to welcome distinguished guests from the Genius Society. Madame Ronmei doesn't like fanfare and probably wouldn't appreciate a crowd to welcome her.
I took her to see the portraits of the Society members a few days ago. I wanted to have the researchers make one for her as well, but she declined the offer. I don't get it. Whatever, as long as she's happy.
I heard Miss Ronmei likes snacks and pastries, so I asked the researchers to prepare some traditional desserts from the blue. All of them seemed to tickle her fancy.
Of course! Go find her yourself. She borrowed the phase flame to do some research as soon as she got here. Haven't seen a trace of her since.
Miss Ronmei is the very image of a scholar. I heard she once took a little vacation on a desert planet. By the time she left, she'd miraculously created a boom in the local ecology.
She just wanted somewhere uninhabited to experiment with her life spiral system. Ronmei is certainly very talented, but she hardly interacts with anyone. She lives like a hermit. Pity. Anyway, what more needs to be said for someone smart enough to become Herta's research partner, Hurry up and head out! Huh? See if you can find her.
I'm not sure, but she doesn't seem to get around much. She spends...
There's someone next to the railway platform. And could she be...
I have a feeling we're on the right track.
I'll check the data when I get back.
Hello. I hope I didn't startle you. This is a work habit of mine. Using touch to open my senses and letting the details of your biological existence flood into my brain helps me understand your construction as a living organism. Such is the basis of deconstruction and reconstruction. Do not be concerned. You are very healthy. In fact, impeccably so. A perfect experimental specimen. I like perfect experimental specimens. Yes, I'm happy to meet you too. We've met before in the simulated universe. I expect the views here had me lost in thought. I don't usually go in and out of the space station, and only discovered today that it was blessed with such calm, open views. It is a wonderful fit for the sweet fragrance of lotus leaves, plum blossoms, sticky rice, and frosting sugar. Come here. Look. The blue planet is directly below us. It is so full of life. This dessert is very delicious. Here, take half. Delicious desserts remind people of how flowers look when they bloom. Ingest this dessert one bite at a time, and the sweetness will linger in your mouth. I hope you like it too. So, what do you think? I can certainly prepare more for you. It's become somewhat of a tradition to bring strawberry pastries when I visit Stephen Lloyd. His attendance seems quite dependent on them. An outstanding dessert. 10 grams of cubed sugar, 1 dried and salt-preserved plum blossom. Baking and cooking are the same as nurturing a universe. The heat must be controlled, planning must be meticulous, and one must not panic, no matter what happens. Unfortunately, there are still too many people in the space station. The clamor is not fitting for desserts. By the way, do you remember what my research is about?
No. My research area is short stories about toilets. Huh? What's going on? What am I talking about?
I see. What a cute hobby. But remember, the next time something like this happens, it's crucial to mask your expression until you've ascertained the situation. If not, you'll be full of weaknesses that others can see through. Let's try again. Now, what else would you like to ask?
The dessert was tasty. I would like more. Why can't I say what I want to say?
You have quite the appetite. All right, I'll give you the recipe. Come and have a walk with me. A stroll is the most appropriate post-dessert activity. As the masses depart... There's an enveloping calm here, just like in the no man's land I've ventured to in the past. Can you imagine a completely lifeless world? From there, you can glimpse the stars that lie at the very edge of the horizon. Following its celestial trajectory, the Great Teal Star illuminates an endless sea of white across both the sky and land. My mother and I navigated calm glaciers, looking for signs of life on that world, and encountered many bizarre phenomena. It was like finding the single correct piece in a mountain of jigsaw pieces. The process was convoluted and unimaginably difficult, but it was touching and enthralling as well. My apologies. It appears my words have left you perplexed. Please, don't be on edge. I bear no ill will. I haven't interfered with your linguistic faculties. Such an act would be impolite. I merely made a minor adjustment. A few days ago, I made my interest in you known to Herta. My intention is for you to serve as an assistant. Based on our interactions within the simulated universe, I firmly believe you fit the bill. I find extending trust beyond myself is challenging. A single error in detailed research can generate issues, and I despise matters that escape my control. Therefore, I added anti-truth serum to this dessert. It will not harm you. However, you will be unable to say what you truly think when answering questions related to me. Treat it as a layer of protection. This will shield my research and your personal safety. Once the problems have been dealt with, I'll give you the antidote. I can also reward you as compensation for being my assistant. I will fulfill your every wish. Does that bother you? I believe we will be able to be frank with each other, but that needs time. When I first arrived on the space station, I borrowed the phase flame from Herta. It's an invention of member number 29 Circle. I hope to be enlightened by other society members' results. A surge of creativity led me to explore the cultivation of life on the space station. In my imagination, these life forms would be a new variety that are born as geniuses. I plan to name them after Lambda, member number 8 of the Genius Society. I don't know where it went wrong. They possess their own sentience, but are nowhere near geniuses. Moreover, my free-range approach seems to have backfired. In a lab leak incident a few days ago, some of these little life forms ran away and scattered all over the space station. I do not wish for Herta or Asta to be involved in this. Therefore, I'm hoping you can assist in recovering these little life forms. This has nothing to do with them. Besides, the more... I do trust you. The researchers are still treating these entities as visitors. I want to steer clear of making my presence known, so as not to cause undue disturbances. I entrust this to you. Once the little life forms are collected, simply find a proper place for them. The researchers in the Department of Ecology should know about this, and provide you with suitable advice. As the masses depart, there's an enveloping calm here. Just like the no... Yes. My mother and I once spent 11 long polar nights there. Research is progressing at astronomical speeds. Research is progressing at astronomical speeds. Research is progressing at astronomical speeds. Unfortunately, the mystery of the Eons remains unsolved.
Where there are people, there is noise.
What? A place with a space? Why would anyone want to know that? Wait, I'm not doing any private business on the space station. I have absolutely... I'm not hiding anything. I won't talk to you if you don't... Oh, that. You've got pretty good contacts if you know that already. The space station, if you want to solve the problem, go check out the storage.
There are so many people. And this seems to be the place.
Hey, guess what I got my hands on? Word on the street is that this is the downgraded version of Ron May's life. It says 10 carats of ingenuity, 1 ton of practice, 30 particles of Starquake, and a few drops of poisonous liquor for Madame Yu Ting-Tu. Rumor has it that it once created a talking chair. Not a particularly intelligent one, but boy, did it have a sharp tongue. They dismantled it and used it for firewood. Let's give it a shot, shall we? First things first. We need to add some other good stuff. And now we mix them together. Wait! It says on the Yikes. Take a look at what you just called.
Ron May likes to listen to the Some of us younger researchers are her super fans. We're always scanning different frequencies.
No idea. I just listen to comedy skits. So, I really can't say anything about her.
As expected. You...
Molten cheese tart is the best. Its outlook is infectious. It's what's our slogan again? 1, stop complaining. Change your attitude. And 2, energize yourself. Increase your capacity.
Our creed, molten cheese. Oh, praise be. You don't know? Molten cheese tart is Madame Ron May's top fan. This is how it... Oh, let me tell you something. Mr. Screwthums, since you're so interested, I'll tell you how to secure an odd... You need to plaster hearts wherever Madame Ron May has been.
So is the little life form Ron May made?
I am humbled to meet the molten cheese tart.
What are you frozen in place for? Oh, you don't understand the Honorable Tart. That's okay. No worries for situations like this. We've specifically concocted...
Wakaka! I'm a genius. A genius among geniuses! That was way too risky.
Oh, Molten Cheese Tart says, Madame Ronmay... Molten Cheese Tart says, does Madame Ronmay recognize me as a... Molten Cheese Tart says, Madame Ronmay still has not recognized me as a life form that passes the requirements. I need to work harder. Oh, such an enthusiastic... There's a kind of attachment reserved for the Creator. To the world, you are but one person. But to me, you are the entire world. Oh, Madame Ronmay. Hey, you! Yes, you! Don't you have anything you want to say to Molten Cheese Tart? You should at least express how you would like to follow Molten Cheese Tart. We wouldn't want to mistake you for an agent of gray bean paste, would we? Good. You see, the Honorable Molten Cheese Tart has always been fighting against gray bean paste in terms of flavor. The Honorable Molten Cheese Tart is a firm believer that people's lives need to be optimistic. They both hope to receive Madame Ronmay's recognition. Of course. It's not like we have any fun. All the ones who came here to stir up trouble have been converted by us. They went, this is called conceptual. It's genuinely puzzling. Despite Molten Cheese Tart. Love from the Creator to her creation? Familiar love? I don't know. Expecting me to understand love is like asking me to map the father. Remember, as long as love is your compass, you're on the right track. And in the wise words of the Honorable Molten Cheese... That depends if the... Oh? The...
Ron May, member 81 of the Genius Society. But once she arrived on the space station, she just took off. Yes, she's treating this place like her backyard. She's leaving a The end result? Everyone.
Yeah. Sound lingers. Eternal.
This battle is unavoidable. I can do this!
Yeah. Life. A true marvel. Take a rest. It's time for tea and cakes. You're here. Herta called Skrullum and I to the space station to discuss some important topics. She also sent an invite to Steven, but he didn't reply, and Herta didn't seem to want to wait any longer. And now, I wish for you to attend this meeting with me. I don't want Herta to worry herself over these frivolous matters, even though she probably wouldn't care anyway. Just in case, I want someone who will be on my side. In other words, you. Help me. It'll be easy. Just remember, my secret stays with you, don't pry too much, and keep your expressions in check. All right, let's go.
I've been waiting for you. Oh, you're here too? Looks like you two have become quite friendly.
It's good to see you, sir. Affirmation. This reunion has happened earlier than my calculations predicted.
Though you weren't invited, I welcome you to remember this historical moment. How long has it been since 3 geniuses were in the same room together? And how long will we have to wait for it to happen again?
Affirmative. Discounting our discussions on the simulated universe, our interactions are scarce.
I look forward to the innovative ideas that may emerge from this juxtaposition of minds.
Let me get straight to the point. I think it's time to find another partner for the simulated universe.
You wish to kick Steven out?
No, of course not. Steven doesn't want to get involved and voted to abstain. Whatever. Look, I respect the way people want to live, but he doesn't have the chance to be involved in this decision-making anymore.
Question. Are we introducing a fifth partner for the simulated universe?
Yes, a fifth genius. The reason for our gathering is clear to everyone present. What else could prompt such a gathering of brilliant minds except for the answer? No one can refuse the secret of the eons. Not even Xandar. We'll definitely get a response.
What if the responder is Polka Kakamond?
That'd be great! Hey, Lord of Silence, are you listening? I'm member number 83, Herta, and I want to meet you. I believe you and I will have a lot to talk about.
It's unlikely we'll hear from Polka Kakamond. She's been off the grid for quite some time. Probability, member number 64, Dr. Primitive, may appear.
That's a hard pass. Given Dr. Primitive's shady research practices and his tussle with the Galaxy Rangers, the IPC will surely turn this into a media circus. He can get lost. I'd prefer it if the simulated universe remained scandal-free. What about you, Chingtu? Are you still in touch with her, Ronmei? Is she still alive?
Can we ask him to leave if we are to discuss this topic? The process will be long and boring. There's no need to take up other people's time.
Of course! You brought him in after all. It's up to you.
All right. Let me walk you out.
And what the heck is this?
Seems like a programming error.
Oh, this fragment of Ronmei. Have you seen it in the simulated universe before?
It's probably an isolated glitch.
Fine. I'm used to turning a blind eye to these things. It makes life easier. I am curious, though. Are you gonna keep it, Ronmei?
I probably will. Records indicate he likes this occurrence.
All right, I agree. As long as it helps you with your research, you can do whatever.
Come along. I'll see you out. It appears I was overthinking things. Impulsive behavior is pretty characteristic of her after all. Thankfully, it was just a minor scare. Still, meetings give me such a headache. It seems I'll have to stay put for a while. I see that you've recovered the life form in the master control zone. No, you misunderstand. While Herta is tied up in meetings, you might There's some things that I must tell you now. If I wait for the meeting to finish, the retrieval of my life forms isn't complete yet. There's more than just one, and some are stored in a sealed zone. Herta uses that place to welcome visitors from across the stars, or to welcome members of the Genius Society. And now my headache is stored there. She gave me permission and said no more. I'm giving you my access card. Give me your hand, and I'll input your fingerprint into it. Stay vigilant, Assistant. Should you come across a threat you can't handle, just alert me. I'll come to your aid no matter what. Remember, there is a giant incubator in the middle of the zone. That's where my headache is stored. Once you're back, come find me on the railway platform. Then you'll understand everything. Take a rest. It's time for tea and cakes.
What would a sealed zone look like?
Buzz.
What's up with this unit? It looks different from the one.
Buzz. Madam Herta, open zone. Buzz. To welcome, a high-risk zone. Buzz. Permission status. Madam Ron May. Permissions granted. Class 1, clearance zone. Buzz. Many esteemed guests. Buzz. May include dangerous persons. Buzz. Storage for Madam Herta's dangerous curios. Buzz. Madam Ron May's cult. Welcome. Buzz. Fry, left welcome. Visitor. Conclusion. Uke assessment. Suggestion. Proceed to
A few decorative designs wouldn't go amiss.
for the phase flame is fascinating. Unfortunately, before the research could be completed, it vanished. I've initiated new attempts. The growth status of the 2 samples this time is promising. I incorporated personal taste preferences into the concept, but I'm uncertain about the outcome of such an action. They simultaneously possess 2 sets of emotional traits. They are at once cute, weak, sentimental, and sensitive, yet are also fierce, instigating, demanding, and confident. Interestingly, they also possess a kind of inclination, a yearning for their creator. It manifests as a natural, inherent emotion, similar to that of a baby towards its mother. Life towards sustenance, or the peculiar bond between humans.
Huh? What's that sound out there? This is the headache Ranmei mentioned? It's just a different flavor. I'm not one of Ranmei's recognized works. Too much negative energy. Don't like negative energy. Why? Why am I a failure? What's that noise? I need to find a place for this little one. That sound seems to be from that
Yeah. Eternal.
You'll pay for this.
Every petal in life's garden will be swept away by the wind of time. There's more to life.
There's always a weakness.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame. Blade of moonlight.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
Ready for tackle.
Life. A true marvel.
moonshine on the truth.
Sound lingers. Existence is unity.
Lend me your strength.
Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Life. A true marvel. Eternal.
I'm gonna hold everyone back again. Give me strength.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Lend me your strength.
Stand down. Blade of moonlight.
Life. A true marvel.
The moonshine on the truth. All will be revealed in lunar flame. Blade of moonlight. Do not concern yourself with the outcome.
I never imagined there'd be so many of them. You are here too? Seems like this is the other end of that one-way path.
The final days that member number 23 Yacha spent in the mechanical city showed me that even the longest of lives, such as hers, I'm now certain that the outcome of this cultivation is... Life can exist in thousands of different forms, which means the form itself has no purpose. These life forms are very advanced in their own concepts, and can even trigger chain reactions such as synesthesia. But I'm starting to feel lost. Perhaps the question, what is the essence of life, never had an answer. Member 1, Xandar, have you ever felt this lost? Or resigned?
Are you telling me to keep going?
Life is countless and varied in form. I firmly believe in that. Its beauty is like a myriad of flowers, and I want to pluck the one that never wilts. The patterns of all things always have complicated and enchanting exteriors, while their inner essences remain simple and plain. If we were to trace things back to their roots, just one equation would be enough to solve the confusion of all life. Ever since I was a child, I have always delighted in observing aspects of microscopic creatures, such as the speed with which slime molds devour objects. I have also gazed far and wide across the macroscopic world, investigating the progress of the universe up to the... I wish to discover the true essence of life, something that all individuals possess unknowingly, whether it is the materialism of their existence or an unknown entity beyond corporeal realms. To avoid blind faith in science, I cautiously raised a query. Would Ran-Mei be able to peel away external influences? Just like pinpointing a coordinate, would she be able to uncover life's most primordial and beautiful form of existence? I thought of one life form that would truly lie beyond my reach, and that is...
Try harder.
This battle is unavoidable. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them! I'm scared!
Stay put.
Protect me! Protect me!
Existence is unity. Stand down.
There's always a weakness. Lend me your strength.
Blade of moonlight.
Sounds fitting. Stay here for a bit. Did something just open?
Madame Ran-Mei has permission. Permissions granted. Select from the below services. 1. Check historical incubation. This function has been damaged.
Is this?
I thought of one life form that would truly lie beyond my reach. And that is... an emanator. I cannot comprehend what an emanator is. Scholars view them as the executors of the Eon's power. So, when did it begin? And at what point did they become closer to the Eons than any other life form? At first, I tried to create a genius. I failed. That question has no solution yet, and a long journey of discovery still lies ahead. However, erudition isn't the only path in the universe. If we set logic aside, would there be more primitive and pure emanators on other paths? Of course there would be. Tazyron. I was able to see the beginning and end of the swarm disaster through the simulated universe, obtain data on the Imperator and Sectorum and their descendants, replicate them, nurture them, and create a brand new scientific discipline. It is a logical decision. I will certainly succeed. The entity that I reconstruct will bloom into a life never before seen. Will Herta and Screwlum like this experiment? Most likely not. Therefore, before they realize what I am doing, I must hurry my work, as well as find a fitting assistant.
Permission granted. Select from the below services. 1. Check visitor record. Madam Ron May, alien species. Man with plaster head. Buzz.
Seems like there's something new.
Permission.
That sound's coming from above.
The moon shines on the truth.
Sound lingers. Existence is unity.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Life. A true marvel.
The moon shines on the truth.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Blade of moonlight. Do not concern yourself with the outcome.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Tedious. Blade of moonlight.
There's more to life. Eternal.
All will be revealed in lunar flame. Do not concern yourself with the outcome. The moon shines on the truth.
This battle is unavoidable. I'm gonna hold everyone back again! Give me strength!
Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind. Existence is unity.
Don't come!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Blade of moonlight.
Lend me your strength.
Nowhere to run. danger.
There's someone in the distance. Who is that?
Here, a genius move. And how will you counter it? Only an idiot would ask such a question. Just move this here. You look distressed. Something the matter? If that's the case, you better get thinking. Are you waiting for a sign? Time is ticking. Descend via the elevator. What you seek is there. Have you considered whether the answer to your question will be of any relevance to our current predicament? If a question is of no help, then don't ask it. Time is clearly precious to the both of us. Never mind. Allow me to clarify something. I know exactly who you are, and I'm aware you are in Ron May's employ. This was not my intended destination. I just happened to find my way here during my visit and saw which my goals are roughly aligned with yours. Since you're here, I won't intercede, but should you fail, I will be forced to prevent some of... That's all you need to know. Just... because I can't bear to see idiots. Of course, they wouldn't want to see me either. The real Ron May's creation is hidden in the giant incubator below her. Go. Take the elevator and bear witness to this genius masterpiece.
This is huge. The space station has an area this big?
Sound Rangers.
Show your courage.
An emanator of propagation clone? How can that be?
Change tactics. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them! I'm gonna hold everyone back again! Protect me! Protect me!
There's more to life. Eternal.
Stay away! This battle is unavoidable.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
be revealed in lunar flame.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
You'll destroy the space station.
I'm scared.
Stay put.
Give me strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Nowhere to run.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength. Protect me! Protect me!
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
You'll pay for this. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
I'm scared.
Stay put.
Give me strength.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
There's more to life. Eternal.
This battle is unavoidable. I'm gonna hold everyone back again.
Get them!
After 56 seconds, the creature was unable to sustain its own existence and vanished as if it had never been born. The threat is over. Time to get going.
Is it over? I need to get some answers out of Ronmei.
The meeting of geniuses is over. As for the future of the simulated universe, that conclusion isn't important. What's important is your task. You look upset, correct? I regret my actions. There's no defending what I've done. Time and again, my experiments have fallen short, and they've always yielded predictable results. I made a clone, but it doesn't hold a candle to the Emanator. How should I have explained it to you? I'm not good at communicating with others. Restrained by time and place, its code of life could only be considered an incomplete attempt. I managed to replicate the moment it was born. However, it would soon disappear and be reduced to particles. Like every living being, it inevitably faced its demise as it journeyed towards the end. I find no fault in that. However, even the briefest life should have meaning. I want to know the limits of its capacity. It will indicate how far I've gone in a field completely incomprehensible to me. And it was a minuscule step, just as I had predicted. Indeed, this is how I keep the distractions at bay. I have to admit that research once made me obsessive. That wasn't a good period in my life. Though now I navigate it much more smoothly. I must admit, I'm not fond of scenarios where everything aligns perfectly with my expectations. An experiment should have its unforeseen twists. That's where the joy lies. Even the most predictable storylines can have their pleasant surprises. I have to admit that these little ones born in the process sometimes move me. I see a human-like response in them. It is a concept completely opposite to that of divinity. They have emotions. Emotions may be either positive or negative. However, the love rooted in the depths of their heart is eternal and unchanging. They're still a long way from becoming geniuses, and are therefore unable to discern whether this love is one of friendship, romance, or familial love. That being said, can even geniuses tell the difference? I cannot, at least. I do not understand what love is, and cannot respond to their feelings. Do you believe my actions were wrong? There's no need to tell me your answer. I just felt like asking the question. How should I take care of them? Perhaps leaving them at the space station is the best choice. Do I seem irresponsible? I'm sorry. I am often at a loss as to how to face my own creations. The effects of the anti-truth serum will also wear off. If others mention me to you in the future, you can answer however you like. Or even pretend you never knew me. After all, your memory of me will soon dissipate like smoke. Over time, hidden truths tend to surface. Past traumas, which I'd rather leave behind, have made me skeptical about trusting anyone but myself. If I do not want a secret revealed, the most foolproof way is to destroy it. The anti-truth serum will make you forget the brief period we spent together. It won't take effect immediately. It is a slow, intangible process, like the sweet fragrance of lotus leaves, plum blossom, sticky rice, and frosting sugar. Perhaps you'll remember someone performed selfish experiments on the space station, but you will no longer remember their identity. Perhaps we'll meet again someday, but you won't be able to connect me with the recollection that way. The connection between life forms will be erased. Friendships, it will make our lives more relaxing. I believe you. Screwlum will stay on the space station for a while longer. He and Herta still have problems they need to solve. As for me, I'm leaving soon and won't bother with goodbyes. Do you still remember the no man's land I mentioned? I'm considering a solo trip back there during my research downtime, just to see how things are. I miss member number 55 Yu Qingtu sometimes. She used to always make something delicious for me to drink every time we parted ways. I hope I won't meet member number 4 Polka Kakamond. That would be quite troublesome. Who knows when the next gathering of geniuses will be? Do you I promise I will. If fate allows and you're interested, upon our next meeting, we could journey to No Man's Land and traverse its tranquil glaciers. Though I suppose it wouldn't be No Man's Land anymore. What a conundrum.
If there's nothing pressing, let's take a walk.
Heritor Newsflash. Good evening, Madame Herta fans. This is an urgent broadcast. The great Madame Herta, member 83 of the Genius Society, has been targeted in an attack at the space station. Her current whereabouts are unknown, with no group having stepped forward to claim responsibility. Many Heritors are upset at the ineptitude of upper management, having issued strong protest and condemnation.
courage.
Eternal. All will be swept away by the wind.
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
In lunar flame. Blade of moonlight.
Stay away. Lend me your strength. Lend me your strength.
Get them! These are devils! I'll crush them all!
To guard and defend. Crush them.
In lunar flame. Blade of moonlight.
Existence is unity. All will be swept away by the wind.
Lend me your strength. Give me strength. Lend me your strength.
Blade of moonlight. In lunar flame.
To guard and defend. Crush them.
These are devils! I'll crush them all!
Eternal. All will be swept away by the wind.
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
In lunar flame.
These are devils! I'll crush them all!
All will be swept away by the wind.
Lend me your strength.
Sound linger.
Show your courage.
Existence is unity.
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Every breath one takes is a perception of the self. Every breath one takes is a perception of the self. Every breath one takes is a perception of the self.
Mr. Scrollum, this was a premeditated attack.
Conclusion. Their target was the space station, but their strategies are still unknown to us.
That's right. Which is precisely why we need him. The last to lay eyes on Herta's puppet before the attack was him.
And you are?
This is Dr. Ratio of the Intelligentsia Guild, a delegate from the IPC.
He's only just woken up, dazed. He may need a few pointers. Ah, we cross paths again. Do you remember me? Of course. Why would you? Memory is such a fickle thing, after all.
Mr. Trailblazer, you must have many questions. Please be patient. Asta will
You probably know the gist of things already. A few system hours ago, one of Madame Herta's puppets was attacked by an unknown perpetrator. We don't know the location of the puppet, and we can't pinpoint its signal. She's away on a visit. This issue didn't seem to trouble her much.
She received an invitation from the IPC before the attack occurred.
Ah, the technology department. Charming little place, isn't it? Madame Yabuli does possess some semblance of competence, but her subordinates? Oof. Oh, they're a riot. Brimming with enthusiasm, yet utterly devoid of intellect. It's as if evolution halted prematurely for them. They want to start some new collaborations with Herta, and have graciously extended an invite for me to play the role of science consultant. It's delightfully amusing. I can't wait to witness firsthand how these geniuses from the so-called Super Smart Club squander the IPC's vast resources. However, this attack was timed a little too well. I can't help but wonder if someone leaked this information, and the attackers seized the
I've long heard that you're one of the best researchers in the guild, Dr. Ratio. We are honored to have your assistance.
Save your flattery. Time is hardly a luxury we can squander. To debate the merits of mere mortals in the company of an actual genius? Quite the paradox, if you ask me. Excuse me, you. Tell me, what were you doing the last time you saw that puppet? Don't play the fool. Think.
I think I was.
Oh, right. I need your help with something else. That curio's gone missing, and I can't just forget about it. Go find it for me when you have the time. I'm sure you can manage that, can't you? Let me describe it again in case you forgot. It's alive, but it doesn't have a body. Send me a signal when you see traces of it.
I think she mentioned something important. If only there were some hints.
Anyway, keep up the good work. I need to go out for a bit. Go ask Asta if you want someone to help you.
My memory is kind of hazy. What did I do after that? This is what I recall before I met Herta, but I can't. Let me try to remember the conversation.
A curio that's alive, but does maybe the researchers at the departments of ecology, Hinkle, and are around here somewhere.
Asta seems to have mentioned two names. Two researchers from the departments of ecology and insight.
I say?
All right. Just cut the pleasant.
No need to be modest. Though I confess I did hear someone say.
I have faith in your abilities.
See this material here? People are. I'm not getting.
Sure thing.
It's happening again.
Those despicable villains are distorting the... Ugh. If I discover who's behind this... A curio that's alive, but... Oh, nowadays people call them Wubbaboo? Well, I might be the Department of Ecology head, but I'm not the most... Adler would be of more help, but... I must say, it's a little embarrassing for this bit. We've been through a huge crisis and are still recovering. People are growing more and more distrustful of the management here. Never mind, I shouldn't be telling you this.
Adler. Right. Then I ran into Arlen. Adler was with him. And Adler was with Arlen.
What? He went to the scene alone with Peppy? How could you let him?
Calm down, Brother Arlen.
What?
We're having a walk. So I'm the dog?
They seem to be...
Oh, really? What a coincidence. That kid sure is brave, running straight to the... No! Brother Arlen!
Can you... Why are you looking for Adler? A lost curio. I see. He'll be able to help. Careful. The fragmentum in this area is very unstable.
My past is gradually coming to light. Over there! As I thought, he's in trouble. Let's go!
In lunar flame.
Fight is won! Lend me your strength.
Blade of moonlight. In lunar flame.
Fiends or devils, I I'll crush them all!
Try harder.
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Peppy, are you okay?
That's me. What's up?
He wants to ask you something about curios. I'll leave you to it. Adler, Peppy's in your hands now. Oh,
Don't worry. I think I figured something out. So, which curio That's all you got? Well, there's Beauty. Have you asked the Department of... Huh, she's not wrong.
Huh? What did...
Huh. Now that you mention it, let's call it a day. Wait,
Adler seems to have gotten a lead, but... Let's go over it from the start. I may have overlooked something. Right. Asta mentioned another name. My memories of Arlen and Adler are hazy.
How's it going? Did you find the information you're after? I see. Is that what Hinkle and think? At least that counts as a lead. See? My researchers are pretty outstanding. Anxious, me? Is it that obvious? After the Legion's invasion, the space station has been under constant scrutiny. Physical damage can be easy. Some researchers have been questioning the management and security of the space station ever things had settled down a bit with the reconstruction efforts. But the research... Yes. 4 researchers have inexplicably disappeared in a matter of days. No exit logs, people were just starting to regain their footing after the catastrophe. I didn't want panic to spread, so I suppressed. However, as you can see, it's hard to keep secret. Rebuilding trust is harder than establishing it in the first place. Anyway, the most important thing is to get to the bottom of the disappearances. That's okay, but thank you for the offer, aren't you? Oh, by the way, I heard about the thing mentioned, and I'll look into it too. I'll find a way to solve the problem.
So I did consult someone else other than Hinkle. The only thing I remember, the other person should be from the Department of Insight. I need to remember who it is. The other person should be... Identifying that person is crucial. It could be the key to making sense of everything.
Danger. Danger. Danger.
Hey, what brings you here?
I'm not...
It's all taken care of. Here's the account you asked for. It's legit. Oh, small scale. Best left under the...
Again? How many times has it been?
Here too. Did my memory piece together? Now I remember. The other person is Emily. She was at the base. What did Emily say?
I say, I'm not. No need to be modest. Though I confess I did hear some.
Sure.
See this material here? I'm not getting any younger.
Again? How many times has it been?
Oh, another.
Huh. Asta told you to find me? A cure. However, I've heard of such a species. A colleague who came back from. Don't get me wrong. I was merely relaying information.
The Xianzhou species Emily mentioned seems to be what inspired Adler. The Xianzhou species.
I figured you'd come to me to. I'm sorry. The situation is.
Just as I thought.
I figured you'd come. I'm sorry.
Just as I thought.
I'm sorry. The situation. I see. There's only one clue. Adler observed that the automatic fire suppression system, that means that every victim's disappearance was accompanied by some. And the words they used were.
Have you asked the Department of. Huh. She's. That's. Let's call it a day.
Spontaneous combustion of the human body. That's most likely the truth. I need to go over it from the.
Let me describe it again in case you forgot. It's an... Send me a signal when you see traces of it.
I think she mentioned something. If only there were some.
Let me describe it again in case you forgot. It's an energy line. Send me a signal when you see. That's not the point. I wouldn't be bothering with it if it didn't have something to do with it anyway. Keep up the good work.
I commend your stamina for recounting that interminable tale. You must be exhausted. My ears certainly. So, to sum it up, the last time you laid eyes on Herta was in her office. She sent you on a wild goose chase for some trinket. If that's the narrative you're sticking to, then indulge me. Who, pray tell, can substantiate this captivating drama? A second-hand account. She wasn't at the scene. Here's
affirmation. We can ask her.
Well, if you lace up those boots and start sprinting now, you might just catch the IPC shuttle in 4 system hours. But as it's...
Mr. Ratio, your style of questioning would seem to have a preconceived bias.
Apologies. It's an unfortunate habit of mine. When one is immersed in academic research, it is also the most efficient method, judging from my experience. Seeking answers with a negative hypothesis in mind is still valid research. It can still help us reach the truth. If he is truly innocent, he can clear his name with answers. Based on your story, you met with Herta because she specifically wanted you for an assignment.
I remember now.
That's enough pretend. Based on your story, and the assignment involves a curio that does Herta's collect.
I doubt Herta is interested in the curio itself.
Based on your story, and the assignment involves a curio that doesn't even have a name.
I remember now.
That's enough pretend. And the assignment involves a curio that doesn't even have a name.
Herta didn't mention the name of the curio. We were talking. However, she did give a thorough description.
True. You wouldn't.
Why do I feel like I'm being looked?
And the assignment involves a curio that Herta's collection. An endless trove of trinkets and baubles. And yet, she singles out one nameless ordinary curio? It's hard for me to imagine she would treasure one curio.
I doubt her.
Based on your story, and the assignment involves a Herta's collection.
Sure, but you're the one saying the curio.
Say what you want.
A correct observation, if I may add.
Herta's collection. An endless
I doubt Herta.
Based on your story, and the assignment in Herta's collection. Based on.
If you knew Herta, then.
Don't interrupt other people. Based on your story, and the assignment involves a curio. Herta's collection. An endless trove of trinkets and.
I doubt Herta is.
Based on your story, You met with Herta because she specifically wanted you for an assignment.
I remember now.
That's enough based on your story. You met with Herta because she specifically wanted you.
I remember now.
That's enough based on you and the Herta's collection.
I doubt Herta is interested in the curio itself.
Based on your story.
If you knew her...
Don't interrupt other... Based on you and the assignment, Herta's collection. An endless trove of trinkets and baubles.
Sure. But you're the one
say what you...
A correct observation.
Herta's collection.
I doubt Herta...
Based on... And the Herta's collection. An endless trove of trinkets and baubles.
The curio isn't the point. Herta was only addressing it because of its relation to the Genius Society.
I would imagine the curio is the creation of a genius. Affirmation. It holds some special...
Yes. That seems logically... Then you said you asked Asta for help with the lost curio. However, she decided to hold her tongue until now?
Mr. Ratio, it's because...
I'm asking him. Your testimony went out the window the second... However, she decided to hold her tongue until now?
I remember now.
That's enough, however. So what's the story? Are you full of fanciful fiction? Or is Asta the one hoarding secrets like they're going out of style?
The space station has been very distrustful of its higher management. Another severe incident would further...
Oh. So that explains why Lady Asta approved of my participation. They wouldn't be partial to anyone, but would still act for the space station. Researchers' disappearances, you say? Yes, I've heard the responsibility of sorting out that mess has been thrust upon Arlen, head of the security department. Clearly, though, it bears no connection to Herta's puppet being attacked. Cut the act. You're perfectly aware of the point I'm making.
Correction. There may...
Researchers' disappearances, you... Clearly, though, it bears no... Cut the act. You're perfectly aware of the point I'm making.
I remember now.
That's enough. Cut the act.
Correction.
Researchers... Clearly, though, cut the act.
Doubt me all you like. I'm just an outsider. You and I are no different. We both stumbled into this, but you decided...
Oh? Your point, cut the act. You're perfectly aware. Clearly, though, it bears no connection.
No connection? I disagree.
Clearly, though, it bears no connection to Herta's puppet being attacked.
No. If I recall correctly, Asta said, one of Madame Herta's puppets was attacked by an unknown... Don't know the location. Isn't that the same as missing?
She did say that. But then what? You need to provide evidence to show incident...
There should be evidence. Arlen discovered something odd when he was investigating. The space station's automatic fire suppression system was momentarily activated around the time the disappearances happened. Arlen mentioned that each victim disappeared.
Huh. But there are no signs of a fire anywhere in the space station.
That's what's so odd about it. But this information has an additional layer of importance. This may not be direct evidence. But if the system also recorded the fire suppression system activating, then there's ample evidence to indicate that these two cases...
If these two incidents were caused by the same person, then the suspicion put on you would decrease, provided that this...
We'll see in the main control room. Let's go. Huh?
Harrider Newsflash. This is an urgent broadcast. I repeat, this is an urgent broadcast. News has finally emerged regarding the attack on Madame Herta. The Annihilation Gang has claimed responsibility for the incident and warned of further activity. The Guild has expressed utmost condemnation.
The gods of the starry skies have abandoned the world. They give no thought to the masses. Only the wounded savior can bathe the world in the firelight of destruction. It always Always there are cowards trying in vain to reject their favor and escape the wounds. Flee then. Flee as far as you can. No matter the distance, annihilation will find you.
This is...
A declaration of war, and an announcement of what's to come. They have set their sights on you. The Legion's impact remains, and the Annihilation Gang is already paying a visit. It almost seems like this space station is more suited for the path of destruction than erudition.
This Duke Inferno Ifrit is a life form that hails from Fatora, a world long since destroyed. His race, the ever-burning fire demons, regard Nanook as their emperor and savior, but the Eon has never cast their gaze upon them.
A group of pitiful lunatics. I like Dr. Primitive's assessment of them. The value Nanook sees in the Annihilation Gang is perhaps far less than one might see in a child who deliberately broke a vase. The fire demons have a cruel temper and instinctively ignite and destroy items. Ifrit is particularly evil and cruel, even among his kin. The Everflame mansion he heads is even the arch-enemy of the Japella Brotherhood, despite both groups belonging to the Annihilation Gang.
Japella Brotherhood? I've heard that name somewhere.
On the Stellaron Hunters Wanted posters, they stand accused of inciting the Japella Rebellion, the uprising that caused the downfall of the Brotherhood.
The Japella Palace crumbled in the scorching flames, and Ifrit's power has grown by the day ever since. Something similar is about to happen here. Spontaneous combustion? For him, it's as routine as me finding fault in everything. The that video will soon circulate.
The destruction of trust.
I'm afraid more than trust. You need to start acting now if you want to survive. You, come with me. You have a superior strategy? Pray tell, do we set the two of them loose, turning whispered fears into full-blown pandemonium?
If we did that, we'd be at a disadvantage. I'll stay here and try to contain...
Temple supplies.
The moon shines on the tree.
Sound lingers. Eternal.
This battle is unavoidable.
I'm scared. Stay put. Get them.
Tedious. Blade of Moonlight.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
All will be revealed in lunar flame.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Nowhere to run.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them! You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Ready for death.
Take a rest. It's time for tea and cakes.
Not good. This is serious.
A list of the missing researchers and their details.
Sure, but the security department already combed through their background.
A list of the missing researchers and their details.
Oh.
Take it. Remember these names. Find a friend who's tuned into the gossip around here and tell them you want to know the relationship between these... I don't know. That...
What else do you need me to do?
Take me to the one who knows the most about curios with...
I didn't really notice at first, but it's been a few system hours, and I still can't reach him. The last time I saw him was in the Master Control Zone.
Lead the way. You said Adler was on the verge of a discovery, yet couldn't confirm if his disappearance is also
True. The keywords that got Adler thinking were, and we need to investigate.
Jerk! Fine! Disappear! I don't... Adler, he's been acting really weird recently. Oh, he doesn't even answer me when I speak to him.
What did he talk...
He kept saying the word...
Phrase...
Who said I want him back? But if you want to find him, he was reading this booklet. I don't know exactly what he's searching...
Your countenance. So the researchers who disappeared were at the forefront of challenging management. I finished browsing through this booklet while you were replying to messages. It recorded the lives of a few Genius Society members. I'd say it's time to go back and chat.
Sound ringers. Existence is unity. Every petal in life's all will be swept away by the wind.
Lend me your strength.
Tedious.
I'm scared.
Stay put.
There's more to life.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Stand down. Blade of moonlight.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Life. A true marvel.
You're back. I've been monitoring the dark web. I barely managed to stop the video from spreading. The incident hasn't grown any bigger, for now.
Less than promising. Or to use it, we're running out of time. Let's retrace our steps First, Adler's disappearance. He must have come across some vital information. The next angle is what the victims have in common. This last is the abilities of Duke Inferno and the secret of
The link between...
First, Adler's disappearance. He must have come across some vital information.
I understand.
Tenuous connections. First, Adler's disappearance.
I understand.
Tenuous connection. First.
Adler also.
You think that Adler's discovered...
Indeed. And I already know what first. Adler, the next angle is what the victims have in common.
Distasteful discussion.
A mere glance at their background would indicate they share no... However, after browsing through their online records, Lady Asta must know. The next angle is what the victims have in common. Distasteful as that discussion may be. Last is the abilities of Duke Inferno. You probably already know about the Fire Demon of Fatora, the Duke of the Annihilation Gang. There is last is the abilities of Duke Inferno. During prior unrest, instigated by the Everflame Mansion, the flickering tongues of Duke Inferno's fire carrying a certain property. And this book, the answer is right there. This booklet describes a kind of fire that can phase through dimensions, claiming it burns through. The kindling of this unique flame must be the missing curio that Hurt has been searching for. And Duke Inferno is evidently spawned from it. I fear that this is the truth Adler discovered. This booklet describes a kind of fire.
It's the phase flame, the creation of member number 29, Serkal. She was an amazing genius. However, she lived for a mere 29 days on the human calendar. Such a pity. The phase flame shifted into a different phase as soon as it was created. When it returned to this phase, Serkal had already passed away. It then continued to shift through phases, making its capture impossible.
This booklet describes a kind of fire that can phase through dimensions. The kindling of this unique flame must be the missing...
Somebody was once able to glimpse the traces of the phase flame and obtained a wisp of its kindling. Herta kept it and lent it to Ron. If Ifrit is a scion of the phase flame, then the entire incident is now clear as day.
The kindling of this unique flame must be the missing curio that Herta's been searching for. And Duke Inferno.
I understand.
Tenuous kindling of this. I fear that this is the truth. Undoubtedly, the curio Herta asked to find, and Adler already discovered the relationship between spontaneous human combustion and the. I fear that this is the truth Adler discovered. When Schurling said, Adler kept muttering about a phrase. I believe this word was actually phase. As a scion of the phase flame, Duke Inferno would naturally share similar capabilities. Full-on phase shifting may be a bit too ambitious for him. That is the truth of the spontaneous human combustion. The researchers didn't disappear. We don't know where the victims went, and the sudden and consecutive disappearances provided the best. Once the seed of unrest has sprouted, he will then send out an announcement for an imminent attack. The next step would be to ignite the spark. Look at those researchers who disappeared. What would happen if someone realized their similarities? I need say no more.
It was all a premeditated trap to stir up chaos on the space station.
We're running out of time.
This...
No, it isn't enough.
Indeed, it needs one more spark.
What do you mean?
If you limit your involvement to this, there's still room for excuses. If it were me, I wouldn't give you the chance.
Could it be?
Huh? What is it?
Stay calm. Asta was merely teleported. Her life was not in danger. Based on first-hand experience, I have ascertained that Ifrit's flame is simply a splinter of the primordial phase flame, lacking any phase shift ability.
That flame must still be somewhere inside the station.
A splinter, you say? The arrogance of the gifted is charming in its own way. Try then if you must.
It seems that Duke Inferno didn't deign to personally grace the space station. He merely cast infernal fire into our midst to wreak havoc among the researchers. When the fire fizzles out...
I will head to Herta's office and activate the folded space in the curio storage room. With some changes to its parameters, I can use it. Mr. Ratio, please go with Mr. Trailblazer.
Infernal fire is also a form of energy life form. The imaging device will pick up its trace. Follow it.
Huh?
The way is awash with flames. Be careful. Get ready to...
Infallible. Cool it.
See? It's still in the space station. Do you know what to do with cornered prey?
Infallible.
The fire is done.
It's still resisting. The fold in the space has shifted.
Infallible.
For the theater of the mediocre.
A thousand wonders to raise your spirits. Fight as one! Huh. More enemies. Time for a fun.
Mediocre. Your answers?
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Answer me.
I see through you. Seize the moment. Yeah! %100% grip.
fun this time. Time for a buzz.
Got the defense? SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Test. 0 points. Answer me.
Nice. Let's do it again when you're leveled up.
Wonders to raise minus 1!
Time for a buzz.
SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Test.
It came together. Let's be friends.
Your answers? Answer me.
Nice. Let's do it again when you're leveled up. More enemies.
Got the defense? Test. 0 points. SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Welcome, customers. 1,000 wonders to raise minus 1!
Answer me. 0 points. The flame is getting weaker. Duke...
What?
Seems like this chick.
Ignorant fools blindly chasing the firelight. It is little wonder that even the descent of the Savior's Legion was unable to cleanse this place. I will acknowledge my brashness, but next time, expect no intermediaries.
A small fragment of consciousness in there is gone. Duke Inferno. Oh? No. Hold on. Ah, the banal theatrics of stalling. Let's not, shall we?
Can I have fun this time? This combat needs up. This is double speed. Time for a buzz.
Answer me.
SAS per knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
All things in this world have their law. Human creations.
0 points.
I see through you. You paid for that.
No need to rush. Patience breeds success.
1,000 wonders to raise your spirit. Fight as one!
Test. 0 points.
More enemies.
Came together.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz.
Your answers?
So this is the extent of miscreants materializing from the Inferno. Seems like Dr. Primitive wasn't wrong.
Huh. More enemies. This combat need. This is double speed. Time for a fun.
I'm asking questions. SAS Perkip. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Test.
It came together.
Mediocre.
1,000 wonders to raise your spirit. -1. Welcome, customers. Yeah.
Answer me. 0 points.
Can I have fun this time? I see through you. Converge and awake.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
The fire is weakening. It's preparing to flee. You, keep your eye out for Lady Asta's whereabouts. Your answers?
Test.
Huh. More enemies. Time for a fun. A quick divination. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. Talk. A 1,000 wonders to ring. -1.
SAS Perkip. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
All things in this world, human creations.
0 points.
You took the bait. I see through you. Seize the moment.
Good work. You did very... Rest assured, Asta only had a fright. While you were chasing the enemy, the security department also found the missing... It was all thanks to Ad. They fell into a spatial curio and could not leave until the Department of Ecology's most knowledgeable. Many of them were shaken by their experience when Arlen found them. Yes. This business is over, and I believe the space station will be able to deal with any internal aftershocks. But there is one mystery that... and that is something I must deal with myself. I've been waiting.
Fallout from this incident remains. Surely you have plenty of pressing matters to attend to. Or is the safety of the space station beneath your concern?
Answer. That is exactly why I came. After all, the principal figure in this whole affair is right here.
When did you start to doubt me?
When one is immersed in academic research, skepticism comes far more naturally than belief. I've had the same bad habit as you since the beginning, Mr. Ratio.
I must say, I'm quite honored, Mr. Screwlum. But do explain, why opt for silent wisdom when you already had the pieces of the puzzle?
For curiosity's sake. Affirmation. I made the same decision as you. To accompany and observe.
Oh, and when did you become convinced?
Objectively speaking, aside from some minor spiritual trauma, no researchers were hurt in this attack, which never aligned with the Annihilation Gang's modus operandi. Logic? A third party saved them.
Had I not fortuitously acquired a spark of the Phase Flame and intervened in Duke Inferno's teleportation, those people would already be space waste, floating past the windows here.
You are more candid than I calculated.
But still behaving within your calculations, no? One last question, Screwlum. Genius though you are, can you deduce why I did this?
I cannot be sure and can only hypothesize. Helping the weak hints at the merciful instinct of a medical doctor, but maintaining a cool, detached observation reveals the strictness of a scholar. And pulling the strings from behind the curtain is akin to laying down the gauntlet to a genius.
The ruler of planet Screwlum is indeed well versed in the human mind. It's a pity you're as much in the ivory tower as other geniuses. You still got one thing wrong. To stand aside and observe is the best treatment one can give. There is a disease called foolishness that is harder to cure than any ailment. The path of erudition has neither reason nor logic. While geniuses wander among the stars, the ordinary can't even trace their footsteps. Those less gifted have no choice but to walk alone, enduring a lifetime of tumbles and triumphs. But even a life marked by failure is a life worth living. It is only in moments of solitude and despair, when help is absent, that fools grasp how to pick themselves up. I have a fastidious nature. I cannot stand fools, idiots, or imbeciles. Seeing them fills me with dread. Regrettably, this space station is just like the Intelligentsia Guild, devoid of geniuses and filled with mediocrity.
You wish to uproot the researchers' blind worship of geniuses.
I am only laying out my questions. As for the answers, they'll find them themselves. Pursuit tinged with negativity is still pursuit, and it is capable of leading us to the right conclusion. For the masses of the mediocre to reach a level of awareness, this is a necessary rite of passage.
You are indeed more like a medical doctor than a scholar.
As for the spark I leave behind,
I believe Asta will deal with it properly.
it is also a lesson I left for her. With that, I take my leave. I look forward to future encounters with such brilliant minds. Let's hope they're as memorable as those we had today. A farce full of trivial concerns. Ultimately, they're just mediocre minds.
Spirit be gone! Careful.
The smell of sin. I shall be the judge.
Nature of immortality.
Ready for another? Time for a shot.
It's time.
Enemy data net markers activate. Time for a good old counterattack.
Recount. No amnesty for Marstruck.
By the will of the Ten Lords. The Ten Lords decree, hereby ordain.
Now time. By the order of the Ten Lords, execute the Marstruck!
Entangle!
You can't hurt me. Do you admit this crime?
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Motor function restored.
This is serious. We have the upper hand. Ready for another? Naughty child.
It's time.
Sound lingers. Eternal.
I won't surrender.
Dodge this!
Next time.
Some value, I suppose. Every petal in life's garden. All will be swept away by the wind.
can do. This battle is unavoidable. I can do this!
Grace and elegance. Eternal.
Tedious.
Troublesome. Lend me your strength.
Stand down. Blade of moonlight.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them! Give me strength!
Some value, I suppose.
Lend me your strength.
Ready for death.
Every petal in life's garden, all will be swept away by the wind.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
There's more to life. Enjoying yourself?
Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Some value, I suppose. Eternal.
Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Nowhere to run.
Stay put!
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Give me strength.
There's more to life.
Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Lend me your strength.
Eternal.
My name is Ram May. When saying my name, please don't run the syllables together. Want some pastry? The plums used in this recipe are freshly macerated. I waited in line for ages. If you come across a good research sample, please let me know. Until then. After catching the attention of Noose, I left my hometown and began my research on the origin of life in a secret corner of the universe. Please don't ask where. In the grand fabric of life, both parents are equal, and thus my name combines the surnames of each of my parents. It's you again. As always, there's a reward for good behavior. If this were the simulated universe, I'd be at your mercy. But this is real life. Every breath one takes is a perception of the self. Unfortunately, the mystery of the eons remains unsolved. Research is progressing at astronomical speeds. Can life's past moments truly be restored to what they once were? Put a watermelon parfait in Herta's office. Screwlum and I have very different understandings of life. Isn't it wonderful? Through these windows, you can lose yourself in the peaceful starry sky. Is that so? I can relate. Trailblazing across the vast unknown must be quite the experience. I once hoped to capture a slice of space and dissect it, to truly understand the core essence of our galaxies and planets. I imagine a slice of clarity, ethereal in its transparency. Picture a sliver made up of beautiful dust, gases, and tiny specks, twirling around your finger like a captivating plum-colored mist. It reminds me of a ring. I imagine crafting it and then adding a bracelet of beads to complement its soft, lustrous glow. Thank you. I hope there are new discoveries to be made each time I visit. Take a rest. It's time for tea and cakes.
It's very dark in here.